god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Hey guys, good evening. Stream starting late today because I had to do some grown-up business outside the house. It's the second time I was outside the house this year. I had to go to the bank. Other than that, it's the first time, I don't know, this year or maybe ever on the stream that I'm not streaming in my pajamas. Pretty much dressed like one of them Latino gangsters. I just need a bandana on my head. Yoo-hoo! We're here with this is Total War style campaign with the Ironbrow expedition. 141 turns in. And you can see it's been going great. Pachakuti! Pachakuti! We've defeated 29 dwarf armies and 5 empire armies so far this campaign. And the empire, as we go closer north, we're gonna get closer to conflict with the empire. Hopefully we get there before the chaos starts the main attack. We're close. Because we have to fight everybody, it's very grindy. But that's supposed to build up pressure. We have to take it slow. Let's see what's going on with the community challenges here. We have 3 going on: no winds of magic and ranged attack, all elves, so high elves, dark elves, wood elves. And surprise, surprise, I'm kidding, there's no surprise, wood elves are ahead, 15% complete already, dark elves at 5% and wood elves at 4%. High elves are just so popular compared to the other elves. Okay, so what's going on here? You can see what we have in yellow here. We got the east protected by mountains and the water, and we have been expanding through the mountains north all the way to the red mountain. That's the goal. And to do so, we're gonna have to fight enemies on left and maybe even right. We need to cripple the dwarves and fend over the empire while we are working on our goals. Since we have to take the Red Eye Mountain, which is the top of the dwarf mountain chain, and clear the garages, we might be halfway done. Halfway done, I would say. Who knows? You know, it's hard to say these things. As the more we get north and touch the temperate climate, the more empire will come. The empire of the mountain will be a little bit crippled with movement and replenishment. We've seen that last army we fought, they can cause massive damage. This is not a good army to fight Empire, really. So we're gonna have to take some extra damage every time. As long as the units are not getting killed, it should work. Okay, regarding our military, we got our main army with Torek Ironbrow. It's, I would say, you know, ideal composition for him if you like playing a regular campaign. Literally counter anything, pretty much. These 2 units are like optional, but whatever. We got our second army here with Joseph Bugman. That was his default name. We built this army towards countering the dwarves and the empire more. That's why we have 4 cannons. Cannons, once they hit high reload time and missile strength, they are really dead at long range. They used to be even better, but until they changed the master engineer a bit. We have 3rd army here with Calling Strong Arm, similar to the Bugman's army. And we got our 4th army. It's traveling around. This is our 4th army, traveling around, getting some experience. We are trying to get some skills. Replenishment lightning strike is like the basic. Then we get the obstinacy and the battle skill, so the army has the quality to fight dwarves in the Empire. Other than Torek, will be limited to auto-resolve, because the enemy armies are going to be usually of higher quality, unless they're just trying to finish up army faster. When you're putting a pressure on a faction, especially a bigger faction, they will, once you are dealt their initial quality armies, their quality might drop drastically if they're gonna try recover their military faster. But they'll still have an occasional quality army. It is super grindy facing superpowers, but you know, that's the game on Legend difficulty. I just wish you know, the Reichland and the Karazakarak were less superior to the other factions in the game. Why don't I take the last skill on the campaign line? It's 10% research. You know, it might sound decent, but it's a waste of a skill point unless it's on a bench Architect Lord. Waste of a skill point. 10% research 1 point. So for a final campaign skill, that is pretty weak. Hopefully this gets reworked. Dwarves have easy access to research, and as you get more and more heroes, every single one will be a student and an archivist, 20% research. Buildings will provide some research. We currently have 450 research. And this is not even, you know, 100% what we can have right now. So it's a pretty weak skill, unless your Lord recruit rank reaches high enough when you're recruiting new Lords, growing ones for building to save the treasury. Then you get it as extra skill as long as you're researching Mason and Inquiring Mind. That skill is stuck in Warhammer 1. Compare that to Renowned and Feared and it's total crap. Yoo-hoo! Hey there, bro.
Master of Runecraft.
Okay, let's see. We are back here in Londinium, aka Black Rug. The Empire has sacked. Next turn, raised, and turn after, occupied the Black Iron Mine. I don't mind them having a Black Iron Mine, but what this can cause a chain reaction of occupation here. And we don't want to have them in this area, even if it's a bad climate for them. So we have to keep that in mind. At this point, we can probably push towards Karazakarak, but we need vision, so we don't get surprised by 2 or 3 Empire armies at the same time. The biggest, literally, if you're experienced, skilled, knowledgeable, the main difficulty comes from Fog of War. So Fog of War is a risk, and heroes fight this. Sometimes I feel like we are a little bit too careful, and we can pretty much progress like 20 turns faster than we are usually in the regular campaigns, and it's due to Fog of War. Having vision, like for example compared to a Beastman campaign, it's stronger than really anything else in the game. Having that knowledge, intelligence, where the enemy is, there is nothing like it in the game. Because I could attack Ironbrow here, there could be one Empire army here, one behind it, and one ready to march or enforce. You get attacked by 3 other armies. If army like this gets destroyed, it's a setback. Setback that can slow us down for 20 plus turns and add 20 extra battles. So we need more taints, we need more immortal taints, and we need more vision. When you're fighting everybody, everybody's out to get you. And when you have an army position like this, unless their army is fucking terrifying, they will not be in the range of this army. That means if there is anybody in the area, they'll be 2 turns away from this army. And usually is a faction or 2, even if you don't see them.
Sigmar preserve us. Traveling.
Okay. That's why we have heroes granting us vision. Very important.
Master of Runecraft.
Controlling the Marshes of Madness is kind of like an early defense from the Western invaders. minor factions, so we could fortify Blightwater. It's very important we wall up Blightwater, Eastern Badlands, Dead Pass, and Sill Road. We're gonna be probably fending off Sill Road, maybe Western Badlands, and we go north. The objective of this campaign is to take the Dwarf Mountains, the main chain, the Voltage Mountains that they're called. So from Karakzorn all the way to the Red Eye Mountain. This faction has a pretty straightforward objective, and it's I think perfect one if you want to have like a light difficulty Dissolver style campaign, considering these mountains are easily defended. We need 5 artifacts. We currently have 2. 3 artifacts or 4 missing a piece. Hagriff has to die. I'm hoping they get confederated, and we need all of these fallen dwarf holds. The most difficult one to acquire is the Red Eye Mountain. Yesterday we made quite a bit of progress, and we got 3rd armies into the field. 3rd army, it's this one here. We'll try to get a 4th army today. We are missing some income for that. All these rebellions have been happening the whole campaign. It's planned. It's on purpose, so we can get extra money and old gold. Old gold is next to useless at this point. Shame you can't convert it to something useful. And the treasury is getting built up. Doesn't mean if you have 57,000 you get another army. It's usually the extra money that goes up here. This massive treasury is usually used for tier 4, tier 5 if you care about it, and emergencies. Like for example, these nuts are about to get attacked. We have hired Lord. We added some miners. If you were Karak, these units would be rank 6. And we need to fend off a large army. Emergencies consist of these units. Regiments Renown, Slayers. Dwarves have some of the best emergencies in the game, since they can easily defend with their quality. And now even Ogres. That is true, Scotty. Scotty says, I realize it's hard to enjoy dwarf campaigns besides main dwarves because Ordertide makes mid-late game a joke. Yep. There's a couple of problems in the game right now. Let's talk about the good things. Lastria is a good thing. Ultuan is a good thing. Half of Nagrad is a good thing. Other half is terribly balanced because the Chaos attacks one of the main evil superpowers. So there has to be something changed there. Possibly the Chaos should be moved further east, closer to the Norska, around the Fortress of the Nation, whatever it's called. Southlands is... it looks like it's balanced, but the Tomb Kings can never become a superpower. That is a design issue with design. I suggest both Arkan and Cetra start with additional region as AI, same like they did to Reichland. The problem is the Empires got reworked, and before the Empire got reworked, they would start only with Aldorf. Now they start with all of Reichland plus rework, which makes Reichland one of the most powerful factions in the game. They're also in a position where they literally have no threats. So I would say the Empire chance to succeed is over 80%, highest one in the whole campaign. In the east, this area here is probably one of the most balanced ones. The skin got nerfed, it's noticeable. This area is probably the most balanced in the whole game. Dwarves are causing major issues, and it's due to their auto-resolve. They need to tone down Iron Drakes, Oran Guns, and Thunder auto-resolve value. It's overpowered, both for the player and the AI. For the player, if you are skilled, you can use these units well in battles. But, for the AI, it's a problem with the AI versus AI, especially if they're close. And the main imbalance right now in the game is Norska and the Vampires. And they're supposed to be challenging the Empire. They possess 0 challenge. occasionally, due to fog of war, they do well, but not for long. Usually in the point of the game where people are playing, and 20 turns later, everybody makes a recovery. Norska needs their stances reworked, their economy reworked as the AI, and they really need to focus on targeting costs, especially AI versus AI. And the vampires, the main issue with vampires is zombies and poor auto-resolve. Reichland has a strong auto-resolve in the game. The main issue is them recruiting zombies. Them recruiting zombies is crippling the AI to do well. The zombies should not even be recruitable for the AI on the campaign map. Even for the player, they could make a special mechanic with the zombies, where you just add zombies to the armies if you're missing units, or adding extra zombies in the additional armies if you have the resource like dark magic. Zombies in the armies for the AI have to go. They're ruining the whole game. Undead have several units which really have to go on the campaign, and their auto-resolve needs to be better. The zombies, especially for the vampire counts, they have to go from the AI armies. They have to go. Vampire cost should get a slightly higher probably desire to occupy and economy. That's probably the only last thing. I think the main issue currently in the game is the Empire Karazakarak being too strong, which was the same case at the end of the start of Warhammer 1 and start of Warhammer 2, and the vampires are too weak. This faction has a very easy campaign, Scotty. Very easy campaign. The Order Tide is literally 2/3 of the campaign. Unless something freak RNG happens. I would say Empire and Karazakarak do... Empire probably does well in over 80% of situations, while Karazakarak probably over close to 70 or higher. I think they get fucked if you play specific factions. Fucked more often, closer to 50%. But it's problem with auto-resolve, not initial setup. Initial setup is kind of like terribly balanced because these guys don't play the game. They really need to balance it first picture, first 60 turns, second picture, the next 30 to 60 turns. And I don't think they do that. They really need to play it and then they need to adjust these things and then play it again. It's just time consuming. So the main issue is the early balance of power, which is somewhat balanced for the dwarves and the Reichland, and then late balance of power, which is totally busted for the Karazakar and Reichland in the game. And this causes a massive issue with AI. It makes campaigns always samey with, towards the end, especially playing new factions. This is of course freak accidents, is how I call it. But if a faction wins over 80% of the time, that's just terrible balancing. So they need to balance the balance of power between AI versus AI in the first 60 turns, and then in the next 60 turns, 36 turns. Because the tier 4 and tier 5 units of the Empire are broken in balance of power, while the dwarves have also very overpowered auto-resolve with their Iron Drakes and the Iron Guns. Which factions like the Greenskins, Chaos, especially the Vampire Counts, Norska, they cannot compete. And the fact Karazakara can also recruit rank 6 units on the base after like turn 100, it's like they just conquer and kill everybody.
Oh my god.
If you have to fight late game Karazakarak, not only you will have to fight some of the highest quality in the game, but you're gonna have to fight them always on rank 6 plus. Unless you're winning, then it's rank 6 and higher. The only difference is Reichland is actually scarier in the battlefield than dwarves. Due to steam tanks, Hellstorm rocket batteries, Luminarchs and the cavalry. Well, the dwarves are not as scary. Dwarves don't really deal. Dwarf AI don't really deal well with pressure because they don't have to deploy a formation against pressure. And if you have an imbalanced army where you just rush them, they cannot fight at all. Since if you have 20 melee units and they have a combination, some of their units might fight, the other ones just die. So, late greenskin army on the battlefield just stomps dwarves, while an auto-resolve loses by default.
My anger burns bright. I'm leaving.
I've never seen these guys actually cancel priority. I think if the CA don't want to bother with, you know, balancing the game past the early game, they should just really focus on balancing the first 70 turns. No, from turn 1 to 70, you know, turn 70, Age of Discovery, it's like the early game of the campaign. Then you have mid-game, from there to Arrival Arcane. That's like makes sense for a mid-game, and then you have late game with Arcane. Problem is, the game goes a little bit too fast, even after growth changes, because they nerf the growth. What do? You still focus the growth. And you lose 10-20 turns. So it was a nerf to the player, but the AI will still get tier 5 cities. You will still occupy tier 4 cities. So what they've done, it's all an illusion, Exile. Some of the factions feel a little bit proper, more difficult, like the dwarves they should, while the other factions don't really care that much anymore. So they really need to focus hard on the first 70 turns, and after 70 turns they just have to go crazy RNG, lucky nations, events, evasions, stuff like this. Because chaos will never work coming from here and here. This is our bags of money, because Norsk is shit, and this just cripples Dark Elves, the only contested to the Order. If the chaos spawns here, and they spawn, you know, all around, and you know, 3+ armies targeting, you know, 3-4 armies 12 times targeting specific provinces, well, it'll be more interesting for the player and for the AI for them to do anything. The fact the chaos invades from here in a bottleneck, and the fact they did not raise this part of the map, it's a failed chaos invasion. Player or no player, this chaos should always raise this part of the map. Always. This should be such events around here that this whole area just goes black. If they don't raise this whole part of the map here, that's just failed chaos invasion. When the AI is in this area should just immediately just get overrun. When you are the player, you should have just a small chance to defend it, but this whole area should get raised, always. Always. And not chaos just gets killed and it just goes spaghetti one way. There is some excess elements.
Such a thing is impossible.
In Warhammer 1, if you're not auto-resolving in the initial parts of the game, the chaos is actually fucking hard. If you're not auto-resolving, the chaos was really hard. I lost my first ever campaign in Warhammer 1 playing as the Empire. I got overrun by Estalia. Estalia was ridiculous. Scaling, they were also ridiculous. And the combination of Scaling, Estalia, and the Chaos campaign was lost. That was my first ever campaign in the Warhammer 1. The next one we restarted as the Empire, and it went much better, because we already understood the game a little bit more. And that early Warhammer 1, the Vampires actually doing well. And if you didn't have like good leadership, even psychology, you would actually get your lines would break, and you get overrun. Even against Norse controls and chariots and the vampires. If you didn't build against it, they would overrun your early stuff. Nowadays, early stuff for the Empire is a fucking super soldiers. They can have access to 25 leadership against the vampires. Actually, way more than that. As the AI, even way more than that. The old Norska, your infantry just dies. And they reworked Norska and all of a sudden Norska is shit. No economy, shit stances and poor focus. Trying to get the room bearer here. I think we have only one room bearer right now. A room bearer is when a runesmith ranks up outside the army. Somebody said exact condition for it. This army is still lacking experience, but it's getting there. An armor of fortune. It was not just chariots Tempest, it was the cavalry as well. Combination of chariots, ranged cavalry and trolls. And that would start attacking you in the early game. So calling is Grimnir, so vulnerable to harassment. This campaign, Valaya has shown to be invaluable.
Summon me if you dare. My anger burns bright. Into war.
Gonna have to fight that.
Sit a while and listen.
Just focus growth here now.
The throng is musty.
Okay, we need to keep a vision around the border here.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
Moving.
Holy shit.
This is still a surprise here. King Redgax. Redgax. Gastic. Redgast. Okay.
Onward.
I think I need to clear this on this side. I don't want them to go to the other side.
All ways are best.
So I'll just jump right in their face.
Rune Lord of Garrett.
Interesting, they haven't merged their army. That's unusual. Red Gas, Texas. This is a risky play here. It's risky. God damn. It could be huge. Our main enemies right now, Reichland, rank 1 with 41 settlements. This recently destroyed one of their armies. And Karzakarak, rank 7 with 33 settlements. We are finally destroying their armies to the point where they do not keep just sending several armies at once. Their quality will also drop the more they lose.
Vengeful riddle.
Every provincial capital they lose 1 global recruitment.
Grimace.
If it's tier 5. I'm feeling some bad juju from this area. Londinium needs to replenish as well. We need to protect Valaya's great Booba. Can let the Booba fall before walls.
For Kara's and
So we'll just stay in this area for now.
casting the runes.
We expand with walls the dwarf way.
Send out the rangers.
And I don't want these guys to occupy the Wolflands. We should probably consider getting Wolflands ourselves. It's currently an emergency army here, which costs money.
Thirsts for war.
We're dealing with Mash One Finger, mostly Savage Begins. He's skilled. Dawnstone's a little bit tough as well.
Ready.
We'll get the Slayers. And we'll grind Begins. Oh, these two should do it. If I add another unit, they will not attack.
Time for a reckoning. Onward.
They might not even attack like this, so I'm just going to hide the army.
By the
This is our
Emperor's will.
emergency lord. It's a stacked dwarf lord for melee. Since we had to recruit more rank 1, now that we can recruit rank 10 plus lords, it's gonna always be a rune lord with runes for emergencies, and not a fighter. What a fighter can do when a rune lord can cast explosion damage. Axe cannot beat magic.
Reminds me of all.
Even Tyrion, you know, needs some AoE, otherwise he's just gonna be grinding with that sword for tens of minutes.
Using guild routes.
He will win, but the rest of the army might be dead. This is a Valaya. Okay, we need to make sure this whole area, this border here, we see everything. Since the vision changes, need heroes like this to grant vision. They really failed in delivery of this new change. They didn't give us any access to new followers, traits, technologies, buildings that provide vision. Or enough vision. Used to be you control Valaya's Sorrow, you would see 100% vision of the whole region. Now, basically get 30% of this particular region, for example. It's actually, this one is here, it's this one and this one, about 40%. Looks like we had a war of 13 factions. 16, okay. These guys look bugged here.
Absolutely not.
But a very strong rogue army though, so no need to worry. I think a solution for vision is to add another defense building like they did when they had the Undercities. This building should add another 80 to 100% line of sight from the settlement and a couple units of garrison, maybe even public order. Make it cost like 4,000, 4 turns to build. You get an extra garrison building, and if you want vision, extra vision in the region, you get it as well. Have we ever had the Sentinels take Hammer from Setter before? Yep. I remember this. One sec. Okay, I'm just getting a drink. Fuck. Froze. God damn it. 5 minutes too long. Perfect can of Coke. Zero ruined. We don't really care about results here, so we just auto resolve here. This is an emergency arm, which means he'll get disbanded. Oh, what do we got here? Look at this. We almost have a rank 7 Thunder in a garrison. You're gonna see this campaign, boys. I guarantee you. Let's put casualty prediction here. We have 3 Black Orcs, 3 two Doom Divers. 2 Doom Divers. 3 Black Orcs, we get Longbeards. Okay. I put number 220. Blue under 220, red 220 or more. Yeah, chat has been naming cities with their own 2 memes. Well, it's a combination of ROM memes and degenerates and green names. I mean, both names have degenerates. I guess green and red names. Two Black Orcs on the left. This is Black Orcs and Towers are very good. Very good. The rebels do not have a VA ability. The devs forgot that these guys are greenskins as well. There's a lot of half-assing like this in the game. Literally 30 plus things by now. So we don't have to worry that much about them. Without the VA, the greenskins are kinda crap. Minimize casualties here. I like Dwarven sieges with less casualties. Some time into it. There are 2 Doom Divers here. Our Longbeards great weapons do have extra 5 attack and they have armor, standard armor. The Black Orcs don't have particularly high defense, but they're quite nasty on the damage side of things. They're not as good as Hammerers, but they will still do a lot of damage to Longbeards. Kinda crazy, the Black Orcs have 10 less attack and so much less AP than a unit of Hammers. They do have more health though. I'm thinking we don't even bother on the wall here. It's like super casualties on the wall. These are greenskin towers. They do have some explosive damage, but very inaccurate. We don't have really good positions for on the guns on the wall, but I think we should at least keep the left side. This side here and this side here. This side here is suicidal. There were several units here. A war boss. We'll just put one Thunderer here. They might just try a breach. Let's not go wide, we don't really want to pull shit here. Those Black Orcs will take some time to climb here. We could deploy stuff here, shoot them, and we'll go down, then start a grinder. I'll use the garage door to help destroy the artillery. If the dwarves have a proper army, Doom Diver is probably one of the highest casualty units for dwarves. Its device is not easy to destroy unless you have cannons. I wonder if this is something with the options here. Low, high, medium shadow detail. You get Warhammer one screen. There you go. Extreme shadows are pushing it. I can only heal the graphic card working. Noble effects, I use them on and off. They are the #1 loss performance. This is much higher quality battlefield now, as you can see, guys. But these shadows are no fucking joke. I have not even ever seen a single Total War game that allows you to play on the high setting. It's probably made for a normal unit size to play on such an quality. My PC is 4 years old, the hardware. My CPU is from 2017. Novice Sync I cannot use on this monitor. I have game limited to 60 FPS. Otherwise it will try to push 144 and it will burn the hardware.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
So it looks like it's down to the shadow quality. So you have to have shadows on ultra if you want to have this battlefield without any glitches.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
The shadows are unrealistic thing to have turned on this high. You have to have a high-end computer, overclocked even. Let's see if the FPS tanks below 30 in this battle. So it looks like you need the shadows on ultra to have no glitches in the in lighting. I'm planning to get a new computer next year, and yeah, I'm intimidated by it. Everything is more expensive than 4 years ago, and the graphic cards are obscene. We're going to put a lot of assists on the left side. Well, as a streamer, I have to get a new PC. I have to, I've been. This is this PC is 3 years, 10 months old. This is like in streaming years. This is like over 6 years. I already did some research into what I'm gonna get, but we'll see how much money gets collected until a certain point before I get it. I want to see performance on Warhammer 3 with this PC. We'll open a goal for the new PC probably next month.
The ancestors watch.
I want to see performance on Warhammer 3 with this PC first, so I'm not getting a new PC probably before May. But I'm trying to get higher quality and back to 60 FPS in stream. Since I switched to high resolution, it's a problem with the 60 FPS in stream.
War of vengeance! It is a reckoning!
What GPU do I have? 1080 Ti from Gigabyte Ors.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
The graphic card is very good. I can get a much faster CPU though.
For the ancestors!
Although I'm going to need a new graphic card because apparently the new series of the Nvidia graphic cards, the $3,000 series, it's since the 2000 series, they are even better at encoding video at the almost no cost performance. I'm using a graphic card to encode video, so hoping to get better quality and higher FPS, and the game doesn't even notice it.
Let us bleed for the clan!
CPU wise, I'm looking at i5 12,600K.
For the Kara's Encore!
I'm gonna put these guys here in case those Black Orcs get closer.
Quarrelers! Targets, Lord!
I think the new CPU and M.2 drive will be the biggest performance increase over this PC. 3080 here is $2,500. How was your trip to the real world? Damn, I didn't expect I'll have so much energy going walking for a couple of kilometers. So many people out there. I don't like it.
The clans unite! Hunt the orcs! The clans unite!
Well, next year I'm gonna have to go outside quite a bit. Numerous visits to the dentist. Rip money.
Demand blood! Longbeards!
Probably gonna have to spend like 2,000 euros on dentist next year.
War of vengeance!
I haven't been to a dentist in 16 years.
Longbeards! War of vengeance!
I had an oral surgery 5 years ago though.
They have wronged us! For the ancestor gods! There will be a few grudges settled with Rome. They have wronged us! Quarrelers!
Two like this are fine. When I was a young and stupid teenager, I was drinking sugary sodas for nearly a decade.
For mountain and
Only year 23, I really got hooked off that shit. Done a lot of damage. But since then, I've been taking care of my teeth and oral hygiene quite a bit. But still, it's done its damage. I haven't done any work on my teeth since I was 18.
missiles ready!
I was pretty much avoiding it. Mainly because of the costs.
Longbeards!
Okay, let's see what's gonna happen here. God bless water. Yeah, I drink water and mineral water mostly.
Grudge thrower!
After that is probably coffee. On and off with the alcohol.
Artillery ready! Ready to strike!
That was in the store. Bottle of Johnny Walker Red Label, 10 euro. 0.7 liters. Bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label, 0.5 liters, 20 euros. Bottle of Johnny Walker Blue Label, 0.7 liters, 260 euros. Fucking hell. I bought a Black Label for the first time. And it's noticeable between the Red Label and the Black Label. So the candle is through the tower now. Blue Label? No. No. I want to try it one day, but I don't think I'll ever be able to afford it. One of the main differences it's how long it's been aged, but it could be something as well with it.
Take an aim! We stay put! Warriors! Move now! Nothing can stop us!
He actually got lucky destroying that one with his shots. Holy shit, that's some lucky Grudge Tower shots.
Locked and loaded! Warriors! Kazook! Thunderous! Go!
I remember when I started drinking this type of stuff, back with the early drinking streams, man, everything tasted like poison. Nowadays I can actually tell the difference.
Hit them! Well done!
Vodka still tastes like poison though.
Stop! Kill it! Thunderous!
Yeah, we got that Black Horse good. That's one example where it's not really worth deploying the wall. I come from my father's side of family are kind of alcoholics, but you know I drink on and off. Don't really have any problem.
Warriors! Yes!
Sometimes I drink for like 2 weeks straight, and then I don't drink for 3 months.
Thunderous! Attack the orcs! Longbeards! Move! Thunderers! It is a reckoning! Run!
Well, yeah, the alcohol to the human body is poison.
Thunderers!
It's no doubt to that. What the?
Death Lord! Attack the orcs! For the ancestors! Score!
This scene looks bugged.
Thunderers! Zombies! Move! Get moving! Right far, right fast! We are relentless!
That side got cleared way too easily, honestly. I guess good pressure breakholders.
Warriors! Aye, as ye command! Strike out! We'll guard it! For the ancestors! Have at 'em!
And my father was a functional alcoholic. He said my father's side of family all alcoholics. The type of you know part of the country where you know you don't really start doing anything. We had a drink when you wake up in the morning.
Ranged firepower ready! Strike out! It is a reckoning! Go!
We were visiting his family in the country. That was the first time I got drunk. I think I was like 12.
Move! Right far, right fast!
I didn't like it being in a wine cellar and just drinking until you had too much. You throw up and your head hurts for hours.
Nothing can stop us!
What's the engage ratio? 18. You know,
For the High King!
I could tell we were related immediately when my first time I tried wine. I loved it.
Moving!
I didn't like the beer the first time I had it, but wine from that first sip, it was good.
The clans unite! Train them! Nothing could stop us! Yes, Lord!
My hangover usually gone in like 4 hours.
For the ancestor gods!
The worst hangover I ever had was from tequila. I was also throwing up badly,
Aye!
but I had no water that day. I was just drinking tequila. You learn the hard way this, you know, initial few times when you're drinking.
Aye! Vengeance! Anu!
In our family, we love vinegar.
Quarrel
Every salad has it in, has the vinegar in.
Aye, as you command! Find your targets!
196. I was trying to guesstimate how much it would take. 220. Under 220, huh? I think my favorite way to get drunk is vodka with some bitter lemon juice, like Schweppes. You don't even taste the alcohol, and it's actually tasty. Few of those drinks, you're drunk. Go 50-50.
Can you feel it? From the north it comes. The tendrils of chaos spread south, tainting the lands. And with it, the warriors of chaos march. We must ready ourselves, for war is coming. But who has brought the warring tribes together? What manner of champion holds that power?
Your defiance is noted.
Is this Chaos and Legendary? Yeah. Karzakarak still rank 7, so they have lost a lot of military. Well, nice to see they're not recovering. It'll take them several turns of no losses to recover at this point.
Traveling. An uncertain path.
You know what's a serious Chaos invasion? I have some pictures, one moment. But you know, for the proficient, even that not. But if you want to intimidate the peasants, let me show you. Now, if only we could have all this with rank 7. All this with rank 7. This is also the time where you can trigger Chaos Invasion early if you're doing real well. I miss these guys here. Used to cause some damage to Tulton at least. Okay. I guess there's no reason showing the other one.
Tempt me not.
Interesting if
Armed and ready.
they had no more ranks.
Absolutely
And
not.
the replenishment is kind of sucks here without Warrior Priest.
Thoric Ironbrow. For vengeance! For Karakazul!
The one in the Empire here.
Arcane wisdom. Ironbrow. If you want something done right,
Well, thank God we got a good Age of Empires game to watch. This might not be for everybody to play, but it's fun to watch.
tried and tested.
Okay. Looks like this east is kind of safe right now. We just need to keep an eye on it.
I answer to clan and hold. Master of Runecraft.
Okay, let's see. We have some border princes moving around. This area is not replenished.
I answer to clan and hold.
There's a dwarf army here, you see? This is why we need scouts. Where the fuck did these guys come from? And I have been moving heroes here for a few turns.
I think not. Let us begin. The throng agrees.
How's the economy looking? 6k per turn. Nice, just enough to finish the army number 4.
Lord of Clan Morgan.
The Galbaras, there's a problem with Galbaras. It cannot grow above tier 3. Because it's controlled by the Savage Orcs.
What orders? The throng is mustered. Forwards! For clan honor! For clan honor! A wise plan.
Okay, we need another Tain to cover this area. What's the Tain situation? 6 out of 6, 2 runesmiths. If every city have a Tain building, we need more Tains. We're getting another one here in Carthage. I'm going to underway here. I don't see this area here, but I doubt they are in range. This army is intimidating. Valaya Great Booba needs several turns.
My anger burns bright. I'm leaving.
These are dwarf rebels.
Hammer and anvil.
Keep this as a ruin. We should just stick Silver Spear. Silver Spear is orthogonal gear.
It has been lost to our people for far too long.
And where is the Spur gear?
I shall punish the thieves who took
That is
it.
such a powerful thing to get, man. These units are in garrisons. We should make an expedition to Karakazgaras. Is this Karakazgaras?
It shall be reunited with the Dowie soon.
Karakazgaras. This will meet us with a shit ton of factions, though. That is an unrealistic goal, really. That item is so powerful.
Rune Lord.
I guess I could just beeline with Torek there and back again. All garrisons get upgraded.
Master of runecraft.
Stop right off!
I suppose so. Ricky. I hope.
Absolutely not.
The throng is mustered. Yes, let's move. I do. Fuck!
Should use on his experience.
I don't bow. Slayers! There's nothing I can't fix. will get done. Band as a throw. Go! For the ancestor gods! For the ancestor gods! Longbeards! Thunderers! Rage far, rage fast!
On this battlefield, shame we don't see it as often.
Quarrelers! Strike out! Rage far, rage fast! Strike out! Longbeards! Strike out! The clan's unite! Blood through! Let us bleed for the clan! Aye! Ready! All right! Lord of Clan Morgrim! Grudge thrower! The old breakers! Take an aim! Nothing can stop us! For the ancestors! Nothing can stop us! Longbeards! Anew! Yes! Vengeance! Strike out! Come on! Move! Slayers! Move on! For the king! Right! No shoddy contraptions here! Aye! No muffin about! Nothing can stop us! Quarrelers! We demand blood! Longbeards! For the ancestor gods! That's who! Aye! Rattle! Army, attack! By the Layer's will, vengeance! Locked and loaded! It is a reckoning! Attack the axe! Thunderers! Yes, Lord! Scoff! Ready to serve! Yes, yes! Nothing can stop us! I am will! Warriors! We demand blood! Yes, yes! Longbeard! Oh, Lord! Hit them! Thunderers! Attack the axe! For the ancestor gods! Rage far, rage fast! Charge! Ready to strike! Slayers! Yes! Master of Mooncraft! Valleya bless our aim! On! It is a reckoning! Slayers! Strike out! Move! Move now! Get in! Kill the old splitters! For the Caravan Corps! Thunderers! Move now! Slayer! Swords! Ready axes! Move! Yes, Lord! Move to attack! Valleya flesh our aim! Thunderers! Nothing can stop us!
I think there's a more even terrain here, but it's actually going up and down.
ready. Bring them down. Move now. Kill orcs. Fight. For the High King. Taking aim! No! The gods watch! Do not disgrace us! We'll be back!
Go back to Warhammer 1, just install that crap. Which Legend Lord would you pick for those challenges? Depends. I'm not gonna plan talk about it right now, because they might not get completed, you know. Hey, Pradik. Yoo-hoo. This guy needs 7 more rings. Main skills, obstinacy done. Bell skills now. Starting with Green Airs. Slayers and Iron Breakers.
Master of Runecraft.
Please don't kill that second Slayer. Perfect.
Got. Vengeful
Next rebellion is Landmark Win CA.
If you say so, Beardling. Malaise will agree. I've cast the runes.
Room Bearer. So what's the situation here? 2 runesmiths. Only Valaya at this point. They get targeted too much by the enemy characters, there's so many of them. Yep. Turn 142 Chaos Invasion. It's I think the earliest we've seen so far since the change. 142. Earliest I remember. What I need for a short week condition, I need to complete 5 artifacts. Massive garage meter clearance. Massive. The artifacts are part of this as well. Destroy these factions you can see here. Just Khagarif left. And occupy these settlements. Of which one is on top of this mountain chain. All dead while we are fighting the whole world. We're getting army number 4 up soon.
Lord of Clan Morgrim.
So we'll be able to cover more areas. What happened to the army here? Assault again? we got assault again. The underwing interceptions are giving us quite the advantage this campaign due to the sheer amount of enemies.
I am strong! Cannon!
Let's deploy the cannons a little bit closer.
We demand blood! Flame cannon! Thunderers!
Runes of smiting upon them.
Cannon! Adu! Go! Dodge! Come on! Nothing can stop us! It is a reckoning! Hammerers! For the ancestors! Nothing can stop us! Nothing can stop us! Plow through! Seeking revenge! Off we go! Flame cannon! Up those dwarven legs! Way out, little England! Move! Hard! Axes out! Fight! Flame cannon! Attack the Earths!
Modern gun is best of the fire at will here.
Barracks ready! Fire
Give me a big slow here. Go 45 seconds, crazy.
I will do it!
The runes are cast.
Battle ready! Alright! Cannon! Yes, Lord! It is a reckoning! Attack!
Got one good hammer here, we should go for a charge.
Yes! Yes!
It worth save on the hammer, this one here. Got hit by two great weapons.
Iron breakers! Yes, Lord! Cannon! Move to attack! I'm ready!
In 2 seconds.
Obey me.
Iron drakes!
Lots of pressure here.
The runes glow!
Clans unite. Alea
40% worth above is excellent hammers.
Ranging target! Move now! Hammerers! Iron drakes! Go! Tattoo! Anu! Hold those dwarfen legs! Fillet of glittering!
What's the best utility? Comfort dwarves? Depends who you fight. But can't go wrong with 2 flame cannons, so you have the final take and Tauren guns. Or Tauren guns, 2 cannons. Four of them at least. The best Arctic Comfort Dwarves is not play dwarves, but Empan go with 19 rocket batteries. You know, when Steinberg, I can't really take you seriously when you say stuff like 19 rocket batteries. You're crazy that madman rogue army that gets half of the army with the half rocket batteries. Okay, what do we have here? Let's see the military strength. Oh man, the dwarves have been struggling to recover military. Nice. We're finally putting a dent here. It took only 30 armies. 30 armies to finally feel them losing military might. 30 armies.
Chance would be a fine thing. Traveling.
Yeah, there's a one coming here. We should not underestimate Luminar, because Luminar's can pile a shit ton of damage.
Thoric Ironbrow. Dringarak. Tried and tested.
Might just go around.
What's your orders? Moving off.
Looks like nobody's in the upper side here.
The throng is mustered.
One of our characters got wounded.
Forwards. I answer to clan and hold.
This area should be clear for most part.
For clan honor. Armed and ready. Yes.
What the fuck?
Never.
I was selecting the army somehow.
What orders? By the king's command. Fulfill my dringy oath.
This army can get crippled by harassment.
I answer to clan and hold. Yes, let's move. I'll ignore that. Lord of Clan Morgan.
Let's get rid of these guys before they wake up.
Setting off.
What is difficulty? Always highest difficulty. Legendary campaign, very hard battle in Legendary Chaos Invasion. Uh, 36, we should go for Strike the Runes. Or Break it first.
master of runecraft.
I think I can get this area in range, but it's a tad risky. We should enter there with the underway.
On my way. Master of runecraft.
These guys literally don't care about getting attacked here. We should probably ignore them. This faction can't really do much even if they expand.
Armed and ready.
We need to clear dwarves from the western badlands, including the capital. We control Gront and Mingle, that sucks. The Gigalbaras needs to be targeted as well.
Aye up. My anger burns bright.
We might have a moon from here, or I don't think so.
Onward. My anger burns bright. I'm leaving.
This guy should add some more troops.
The runes are ready. It shall be done.
Or rebel again here, we'll destroy them. Okay. We have no trade this campaign, so we set up our provinces with really bad public order. So we get extra money by fighting the rebels. The rebels cannot touch dwarf garrisons for most part. It's only awkward if it's they're coming too fast or they're coming with other enemies at the same time.
Sit a while and listen.
Armed and ready.
These nuts. The ranger barracks are good here. I'll have ranger barracks in each of these expanding provinces. If it works, it's very good.
Lord of Clan.
Blastosaurus should get it for the better positioning. Although Crooked Fang Fort has adjacency to these two, that boat can keep it actually. Their building here is good pick. Ingarakas can get timber on. These two are ideal for the outposts considering the amount of enemies. They'll also get to slow down a bit. At least for a single turn.
I answer to clan and hold. Move.
This guy just keep an eye on this passage here. Looks like the High Elves were losing, but they're winning again. This looks like a stalemate here, too much area to cover.
Hammer and anvil.
Fourth Army will start getting their final troops. Two runesmiths looking for Valaya, so they're gonna get the card targeted all the time. Everything else good. There's no convenient spot for the rangers, so we'll stick with quarterers. But considering this faction, we should not be using rangers at all.
Oh
There's
my
gonna be a
God.
massive buff for quarterers eventually as well.
Holy shit! What the hell?
Garrisons as well. En Grashtek.
Stoke right off! You look right in the head!
Mm-hmm.
I will not obey.
Who are these guys fighting?
Say what you gotta say before I cleave
They
it.
don't really have no enemies in this area except us. Chevrolet de la Ness, maybe. And they don't really have any enemies. When you look at the diplomatic map, it's literally no enemies on this side. Unless they get attacked by somebody else. They might have added some recruitment here.
Yes. On my way.
This is for the emergencies. Annal of Doom. So we had additional armor of fortune.
Iron will.
I don't think we're gonna be using sort of strife. Ogre blades. This one, we have access to some powerful weapons, so all the weapons we find are not gonna be very useful. There's an exception. An exception to this one here with a certain criteria.
Vengeful Runelord!
What does this runesmith even use?
It is time.
Using wine for the Iron Warden shield.
Onward!
There's another armor of fortune.
Get down, get!
The smelly grinder does feel a little bit awkward.
Runelord! Yes!
You guys are stacked.
Runelord! All ways are best.
See if the Chaos does anything in the north. The Empire is strong, but not that strong.
I don't have time for words. The Dawi need me.
Only at war about 18 factions. There we go. Karzakara Confederate Karakadrin. Gotta be the last confederation. So, is that Grimnir Runesmith? I think so. And I really need to rely on every single character for this type of campaign.
The runes of wrath and ruin strike for you.
There's a dwarf rebellion outside Karak Azul. The range on the flame cannons.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. No.
And this guy has 3 points in the wound. What is this? Close victory, huh? Spike Peak is down here. Hold one turn here. Need to keep an eye on movements here. Doesn't look like they're coming from the north though.
Using guild routes.
Yes.
Don't want any surprises towards Great Booba.
Ready. A wise plan. Into war.
Okay, looks like safe.
Aye. Onward. Armed and ready. Not likely.
The guys are slowly moving through the Badlands.
Poetry in motion.
My anger burns bright.
Oh, just out of range.
It's as good as done. I'm going.
This will take Albaras. Albaras is one of the fallen dwarholds we need to take. We push these guys further. They got Confederate 38 settlements, rank 5.
Yes.
Now you can see them, they have all of the north.
Armed and ready. I'll get on it.
It does look like there's an army here. 15 to 17 units, at least inside the settlements. They might have way more than that. This place rebelling might get immediately besieged, which makes it a little bit awkward. It looks like trying to get at these nuts, but we're fortified by then. This 2 flipping is fine, we accept that. Let's hope no surprises here.
If you say so, Beardling.
We need Silver Spear.
One rag.
I will say that nothing is coming from the east as long as this one is a ruin. Makes no sense otherwise. Might be chaos, but you know they're stuck with other things too.
Master of runecraft. Belayers will bind. A rune's duty is never done.
Only one rune bearer so far. And Grungi, just cycle one of them.
Iron weld.
This army should get troops at this point.
Run, Ricky.
As they're recruiting, a new rebellion will happen.
My anger burns bright.
What do we have here?
Never.
Bunch of heavy cavalry, 8 units.
Ready? Make them. Clan Rakak will be tested.
Should have went with Hellstorm rocket batteries.
Quick about it.
Attack Ironbrow and then start underwing towards Karakazgaras.
The throng is much.
Adds another Emperor army.
Onwards.
This guy's only rank 6, we need to level him up. Do it on Ugl Migdal. This is 14 unit garrison.
Absolutely not. Never.
One rag. Punish the grudge makers. Rune Lord.
I don't even protect Floating Village from the Boar Prince army unless we put a lot of money into it.
I do. I refuse.
This might be a little bit too much.
My anger burns bright.
Floating Village.
Master of runecraft.
We need to take extra slayers.
Vengeful Rune Lord.
The treasury can survive it, so let's try. So what do we got here? The next big buff is probably Slayers. We have them in every single army. Slayer ult, 3 turns, 5 attack for the Slayer units, 5 defense as well. Significant.
What? Lord of Clan Morgrim. Yes.
Military-wise, we're rank 8, Karazakara getting 5, Reichland is rank 2.
By the comet.
Reichland does have a couple of extra enemies at this point, and I think they're gonna be busy in the north. This is I don't even know what to say to this. Chaotic Wasteland. Fucking hell. If this is a chaotic wasteland, I don't know. So they had extra armies in the area. Holy fuck, man. They're getting reinforced by the border princes. That's a problem. They also wounded the runesmith of it last turn. How the hell do we kill all this infantry? Don't have veteran battle skill yet. There's no way we fight this. Nope. Attack is melee attack is chance to hit. Melee defense is chance to evade melee hits. Slayer is an elite melee unit, so it benefits from both.
Honor to your ancestors.
It's a shame they besiege that place immediately. Maybe it's for the best, so they get a buffer there.
Vengeful Runelord, was it?
We need to destroy this army. The amount of heroes in the area is nuts.
For clan honor.
This is actually winnable.
The throng is mustered. Using guild routes. By the king's command. Move! Got then.
Fate provides the plot. On the beaten track, the story continues.
Lumos have finally gotten the balls to attack one of our cities. I made this little campaigns we've done in total, and Warhammer 2 I think 6. And Warhammer 1 I don't remember, but we done the hardest one.
Armed and ready. Heading out.
By the king's command.
Stalin, Alex, do you remember Warhammer 1 Crooked Moon Civil War campaign? Do you know how many hours I put in that campaign, Dragon? That I'll never forget till while I live. I have dreams sometimes, moving between this city here, here, and here. Just circles. For like what, 4 or 5 days. 200 turns, still not tier 5.
For clan honor.
It was basically between Ekrund, Black Rug, Shithole, Karak Asgal and Galbaras in circles.
Anad. Aye, armed and ready. Wondering? Aye, it is time.
The runes are ready.
And more volatiles.
Yes?
My anger burns bright.
We got Galbaras. It's only tier 2.
Can I help you?
Grungni's pick is close to being complete.
Gotta handle.
It shall be reunited
Oh
with
my
the
God.
Joey soon.
Master of runecraft.
Oh, in a real campaign it's no problem, but in this type of campaign, that's insane. All those factions down there.
You are mistaken.
They've gone to mingle here. I don't want them having, but they also have Eye of the Panther, Vulture Mountain, and the Martek, right? Hate that they are down here. And what's the enemies in the area?
What?
Nobody. Nobody down here. At least there's some distance.
Got then.
If we take Karzakarak, we'll cripple their military.
Attack!
As long as they have Karzakarak, they'll always have a couple of armies.
So it's war! Good!
This is not the safest position, but I think it's somewhat safe.
What?
Dwarves, I hope we can strike some petty...
Master of runecraft. Nuff.
I need to ignore this army until we are in allied territory. This army has potential to some serious damage.
I'll cast the runes. Not in my name.
So it looks like the military is around this area here.
What orders? Virgin belts. Target these oath splitters. Won't happen.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. Vengeful Rune Lord.
My anger burns bright. Enough. Vengeful Runelord. Armed and ready. Master of runecraft. What do you want?
Adventure ahead.
I retreat, Rushlock.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
My anger burns.
Ik blijf
Lord of Clan Margaret.
Karazakarak is within our reach. And this is how we cripple them.
I can't trust someone who's never had dirt on them.
I am magnificent. It's only one arm in the area. Not sure what the Rangers can even do here. Actually, cannot deploy them in the corner. How sneaky can they even be? We don't have advanced stock.
Slayers!
This is our anti-Empire and Dwarf army.
Unite! For the ancestor gods! Iron breakers! Lord of
Doesn't matter where we position these guys.
runes of power! Hatterers! Master of runes!
Now just move a little bit forward.
Off we go! Dal!
If they get discovered here, most likely they will. They don't have advanced stock, they just have stock. Immediately got discovered on.
Move! Iron will! Kazook! Moving out! Strike out! Move now! Barracks ready! We'll guard it! Charge! Flame cannon! Ready out! Cannon!
But their cannons in range.
Rapid fire on your command!
damage those guys on the left a bit. Have some good slow here. Best on the hammers. Runesmith is wounded. This guy's gonna get hurt there.
Kill them! Kill them! Stop firing! Axes
These guys are still slow.
Thunderers! For the
And I have ward save here.
That'll do! I'll do it! The clans unite! Thunderers! Adu! Cannon! Pursuit! War machine ready! Have at them!
Guy's getting murdered here.
Hit them! Go!
He doesn't even have the battle seal for him. High King buff is on though.
The clans unite! Getting close! Plow through! Thunderers! Bubblers! Strike! Plow through! Nothing can stop us! Move now!
Holy shit, we saved him last second.
For the high king! Slayers! Iron drakes! Iron breakers! Let's start shooting! Attack the orcs! Dwarves! Ready axes! Hook those dwarven legs! This is a reckoning! Target, Lord! Iron breakers! We demand blood! Iron
These fucking Slayers are crazy.
Slayers! Iron breakers! Yes, yes!
Had to sacrifice nearly 100 Thunderers to save that hammer unit.
We are relentless! War of vengeance! Go! Slayers! Hadouken!
And I have a ward save for this unit.
Nothing about! They are Brondos! Artillery ready! Flame cannon! Bring them down!
Hey Amir, yeah, that army did massive damage. We grouped the artillery and they punished it.
Brondos! Right far, right fast! Move! Run! Nothing can stop us! Blow through! Strike out! Go! Pump those dwarven legs! Move now! Attack the orcs! Do not shame your ancestors!
Taking quite a bit of damage here. Slayers did too much. Should have prioritized Slayers, I think. It's dot 31. Haven't killed a single Ironbreaker in this unit. Are those guys with the behind the Slayer on the right side? Think so. The dwarf quality is unreal. We have to match it with the best shit we got as well. And some very effective range targets. Karazakara can recruit rank 6 units on the base. That's what makes them really good.
Your reach
The
grows
Hammer is
yet
rank
further,
9.
Great Lord.
As long as they have
Your
Karazakarak.
endless victories are changing the very fates themselves.
The next one is the Glory Reclaimed. Though the time of the Great Davi Empire lies in the distant past, through Torex's efforts it is clear that the dwarves are a force to be reckoned with once more. Every one of the Rune Lord's victories is a victory for all Davi, and for the ancestors whose eminence may finally have been replicated. Be cool if you actually get a High King title by defeating Karazakarak, if you're a dwarf. Yeah, discounting all Empire, even Soddenburg and the Border Princes.
For clan honor, a wise plan.
Okay, we can get a piece here.
Master of runecraft. Vengeful.
Pentagonal gear. Next one is the Spore gear. This is an insane buff.
I hope.
I think we should not touch these mountains, actually.
Once again.
Should not touch these mountains.
My anger burns bright.
It's best this mountain be in ruins.
I. I do. Sit back.
The Border Prince army came out of nowhere as well. I guess it's close to their capital. This is that solid terrain, the Badlands with dried parts of the map. We have to fight both of them. We have to take the settlement so we can replenish. If I lightning strike, this one will go towards the settlement and it's gonna be even harder to kill them. When they're reinforcing, it's a little bit better. Let's put a prediction for this one. Okay, prediction is up. Let's go in. Yeah, dwarves fighting each other is unethical, but this is a special campaign. This is a beautiful battlefield for artillery, especially cannons. I dare say the best battlefield for the cannons in the Badlands.
We demand blood! The runes glow! I'm guild approved!
Oh my
Thing is,
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
some units are diminished, but we are still in a very good fighting shape.
Master engineer!
I'll deploy our vanguard here.
It is a reckoning! Ironbreakers! A army of ready!
There's one good hammer regiment, but it's gonna be ranged with cannons. We should avoid cannon range here. They finally get the military artillery trench, but nope. Two Strolls runes on those two.
Let the vengeance begin!
Thunderers! Cannon! Gridlord! Down! The clans unite! Ready to strike? For the Karas Angkor! Understood! It is a reckoning! Thunderers! Plow through! For the ancestors! Have a damn vengeance! Our fire undimmed! Da! Nothing can stop us! Will do! Anna! Let the vengeance begin! Moving out! Iron Drakes! Thunderers! Put those woven lights! Moving out! Vengeance! Ready to strike! Battle ready! Organ Gunner! Fight! Aye, as you command! Raged firepower ready! Thunderous! Charge! Clouds through! Let's start shooting! On the way! Joey, attack! Yes! Yes! For cannon and bar! Iron breakers! Thunderers! Hammerers! Pump those dwarven legs! Thunderers! Beach ready! Down! Attack the earth! Attack! Chicken in! Hammerers! Iron breakers! For the cannons and gore! Fall through! Down! Down! Nothing can stop us! Fire! I will do it! Dash through! Thunderous! For the carrots and core! On! Iron breakers! Satisfy the grudge! Bring them down! Iron breakers! Thunderous! Ready! Strike out!
What is the Pistol War? Objectively, Warhammer 2.
Yes! Ready to strike! For the ancestor gods! Aye! Axes out! Cannon! Dull! Shoot those bastards! Iron drakes! Fight!
Oh my god.
For the
Have you
High
seen that shit?
King!
Holy shit.
Hello, orienting.
Iron breakers! Slayers! Cannon! Ready to strike! Thunderous! There's nothing I can't face! Cannon!
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Iron-willed! Fine! No faffing about! In short order! For the cannons on door! Ah! The clans unite!
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Yoo-hoo. Thank you, still God. This is a heroic victory, but the game rolled us close for some reason. Haven't lost that much ammo. Don't have any cavalry? Giant Slayers had a cavalry. Guys seen the cannons destroying their two characters on the horse? Oh, some fine damage.
I'm leaving. I'm done ready.
Rune guy is currently wounded here.
Not likely.
Lord of Clan.
The battles here beautiful. This should be a zero casualty auto resolve, but this is a bad roll.
What? Slayers! Strike out! Strike out! Down! Iron will. It'll get done. Defiant and unbowed. For the High King! Go! That's an order!
Yes, it's SSD and a good CPU.
The clans unite! That'll do! Axes out! Squad, ready access! Attack the Urks! Bring 'em down! Armed and ready! Flame cannon! Tower attack! Anot! Grundlo! Faster! For our answers! In short order! Alright! Strike the moon! To battle! Killers! Thunderers! Yes, Spain! Castle! Dull! For the ancestors! Killers! Yes, yeah! Understood, Lord! Thunderers! Iron breakers! We do this! You'll do! Bubblers!
The engineer is giving them quite a bit of balance of power from the looks of it.
Anu! Yes! Vengeance! Move now! Down! Thunderers! Iron Drakes! Master of Runecraft!
I don't think anybody else is in this area. Two armies minus settlement. Those two armies in Western Badlands. We'll have time to replenish here now. Taking us a lot of damage in 3 battles. The first battle was the highest. This should be clear here now. I'll loot and occupy for extra replenishment. It's a dwarf city. Nobody else is in range. This should be pretty safe. There's a chance that something is here. We'll also just confirm it.
Yes.
This is a special settlement here as well.
Rune Lord.
There's this army here and that White Dwarf army, there's a really scary one. I might be going towards Galbaros.
Lord of Clan Morgrim.
The road to Karzakarak is open. We should make this play. This area might be dangerous though.
What's your orders? Forwards.
Nobody here.
Let's move.
Just keep going after Karzakarak. They're almost at their capital. Almost. That'll cost them at least 2 armies.
By the king's command. Their weapons are pitiful.
Nobody's at Valaya Great Buba anymore though. 3 turns. There's no fucking way we'll have 3 turns here.
What orders? A wise plan. Unachievable.
Empire has an army here.
Ready? Beards in belts?
Not possible.
This place is so hard to fortify.
Unachievable.
We have range here.
Time for a reckoning.
They're out of range.
I can't.
Hellstorm rocket batteries are a nightmare to our infantry. We can get the rangers here though. We can fuck them with rangers. Get the ranger skill, obstinacy, and pain in the ass, hard to hit, 75 defense. We'll get health as well. Even with Axe Lord, the mines don't do shit against the Empire troops here. A Greatsword can kill 3 units no matter what.
The throng is mustered.
They will need even more than just Axe Lord.
Armed and ready. My anger burns bright.
Are these guys down to 1 settlement? Should we destroy them if there are only 1 left? 1 less enemy, right? We met Tylea. Oh boy.
Greetings. We may not be the Empire.
Oh
but our
boy.
land has riches.
We touched the coast. Tylea 10 settlements. More Empire on the way. Coron 23. Jesus! What the hell, man? Order is getting stronger and stronger every campaign. They're confederated, they've taken down some evil factions down here. They have half of Norska. Norska for Kron is good because they have walls.
Armed and ready.
Yeah. Getting that port was unhealthy. We should finish off top knots. 2 settlements though. What the second one? Oh my god, I have hammer. I need a drink. I need a drink when a starting minor faction overwhelms Cetra. Is this really his early game? Yeah, time for a break, guys. I've been doing it for 3 hours, right? Okay, we'll get some break here. Get some of that Johnny Walker Black Label.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
We're back, boys. Thank you, Gene. This place, we do need to have this place. We're gonna have to get more of these things. I wonder whoever signed this thing here, they even knew that these things are garages and this 19 doesn't work with this. Because you need to clear garages for the victory. It's a garages itself.
Master of runecraft.
These guys have Hamry down there.
It's as good as done. If you say so, Beardling.
This is the same terrain, huh?
What do you want? Casting the runes. My servant fails me.
Some Tomb Kings are here. This is targeting the floating village.
Vengeful Rune Lord. Iron-willed.
I gotta disband this one. We have emergencies for too long, we lose all the money.
By the king's command. You summoned me.
Mouse still kicking, yeah. Should I get a couple more room bears? Each hero is also nice 20 research rate. So many archivists.
Tempt me not.
What does this guy have? Looks like a new one in 2 turns as well. Public order here is very bad.
Vengeful Runelord. Runelord. Fight!
This guy will be leveling the rebellions until 20, then we'll send him to the Badlands.
What do you want? I'll get on it.
Well, I guess just extra iron breaks this army.
Forwards! That's on wheels, lad.
This is gonna be at arm number 4. We can barely afford it.
No.
I'm not sure we can win now that they got reinforced. It's actually very tough.
The throng is mustered. Got then.
Maybe it's for the best the undead take this place.
Me for the fool.
Then I'm gonna get grudge here as well.
Beacon.
Never.
I answer to clan and hold. Fulfill my dringy oath. Armed and ready. Lord of Clanmore.
Money's still good, but this emergency will just deplete the treasure. We had 50,000 just a few turns ago. All depoofed. 50,000 is nothing really.
If you
We
want
take Karazakarak, it'll be good money again. Empire has an army here, 16 units. Doesn't look like there's anything here. Could be outside the city though. Icon 4 with 38, Karazakarak 5 with 36. Finally put a dent in Karazakarak military. We actually have stronger currently. They did confederate north, but I think we're still ahead. The White Dwarf army is gonna be nasty. Don't know even know where it is. Boy. Karazakara set an alliance with Eotane. When the chaos arrives, everybody's just allying against the chaos.
What brings you to the halls of
The chaos is not even a threat to the Empire. This is very strange. Who do they think they are? Those slayers get killed now to resolve. The Lord doesn't even have a War Sphinx. Right side with mega damage. That's nothing for this turn, Goland. Doom Kings are a sworn faction. I need to have two of those armies this turn.
Where the ancestors? Ranging targets.
I think we're deploying artillery range. 6 pieces of artillery. They pull sharply on artillery. They're all gonna get pinned here.
We fire on your command. Cannon.
Oh, that's fine.
War machine
I have the middle with engineer.
Organ corner. Flame cannon. Ranging target. I'm guild approved. War machine ready.
I'll give targets to the cannon. These guys can fire at will for now.
Gridlord. Iron breakers. Killers.
Quarrelers! War of vengeance! We demand blood! Ah! Quarrelers! For the ancestor gods!
Mm-hmm.
Slayers! Lord of Black Margaret! We must
Yep.
the clans unite! Quarrelers! For the ancestor gods! Quarrelers! Iron breakers! Scum! By Valia's will! Unbending! The clans unite! Alea's blessing on us! Master of Runecraft! Banner! War of vengeance! As you command! Banner! Kill them! Stop! That'll do! Roots of power! Flame cannon! Dwarf ready access! Attack the urge! For the ancestor gods! For the Karazhan Corps! Attack the urge! Axe it out! Slayers! Anu! Cannon! Organ corner! It is a reckoning! Dwarves, ready action! They have wronged us! All of vengeance! That will do! Kill them! The guilds want them dead! The clans unite! We fire on your command! Organ corner! For the High King! Understood, Lord! Stop! Kazoo!
Zook!
Slayers! Yes, Lord! Ready to strike! Runes of spell breaking! I will do it! Slayers!
And actually, it's good to swarm now that the Lord is dead.
Where is Queen Elfin? This isn't the Grudge of Draw.
Headshot! The only damage I did is with the range units. Slayer's got a more attack and defense.
Vengeful Runelord.
Hard to say where the White Dwarf army is. I think it's somewhere in this area. Could be in the range of Galbaros.
Unworkable. By the King's command, punish the grudge makers. What orders?
Resisted.
For clan honor. Onward.
At least I don't see another army.
What orders? Beards in belts.
Oh,
Do you take me for a wazzock? For the wisdom
the Empire has him in range now. This is gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. We're gonna have to add more units.
The throng is mustered. Using guild routes. Onward. Forwards.
Do not take me for a fool.
Call!
Not.
To the north! They come! Tendrils of chaos spread south! Not this far south!
Thorek Ironbrow. Come on.
Oh, the big prize, ladies and gentlemen. The big prize. So what is that? Morgheim rename. Montezuma Creek, Southern Utah. Would be the most correct way to spell Southern with only 3 letters.
The throng is mustered.
My anger burns.
That's a lot of orcs here. We don't have veteran skills yet.
I do.
Reichland 2 with 40 settlements, Karzakarak 5 with 36. E10 possibly rank 3. Well, the big prize is here, boys. Still Road.
I answer to clan and hold. All ways are best. Avenge the ancestors! Claim it for the throng!
We got Karzakarak. Cable is a little bit high in that outer result, though. This will cripple the dwarves, the Karzakarak. We also lower the upkeep on the hammers and airbreakers further at 3%. 3,500 from the start.
What? I'm listening.
Well, if somebody renames a settlement or region you want to rename yourself, there is a rename the region option.
If you want something done right, by the king's command. What's
Round 2 will require at least 3 turns of replenishment. This is not going to hold before we get garrison up. No fucking way.
Master of Runecraft.
We made 2 artifacts, you can see 2 blue dots. We made the Trash Dino one, and a decent buff for the Longbeards and the Rune Magic. This is a good garrison buff. This one is good. 6 out of 10. I'm building a road here. We have already because of this settlement here. We don't need it really. Did the rebels bring any money? We're running out of money because of all this expansion. Emergency armies are also expensive. Now, this is gonna be pushing the economy. It's for garrisons, Drago. The great weapons are usually in garrisons. It's actually a nice buff for them. Better than any technology. Technology doesn't have any buff for the Longbeards regarding attack, so that tilling is very nice. Now we may get lucky with building one. $25 is this for the whole army, that's very nice.
Yes. Armed and ready.
We should prepare to underway towards Ekrund. We'll hide the army so they might consider attacking this place. There's a shit ton of savage orcs here. We don't have veteran battle skills.
Fate provides the plot. Destiny guides me.
They're really gonna attack with one army.
Faith in you wanes.
It's a little bit unusual.
An honor. I answer to clan and hold. No.
I don't think we can protect Valaya's Great Booba.
My clan.
Seems impossible.
Yes? Time for a reckoning. Begone.
I mean, this might be doable, but this one follow up right.
Stop that! Fuck off! Get out of me head!
Gotta clear this since we are here. They got nice buffs. 6 pigs. 6 pigs. Oh, these guys looks like they're gonna be close. We are missing rank 7 and battle skills. Very close here. Since the cannons do overkill damage unless a single entity shot, this one is always better than the orc guns. Close victory, yeah. It's still a lot of big uns. Gotta love the Southern Badlands battlefields. So, we had 2 Slayers and they got 6 pigs. The cannons gotta focus the pigs. We might also try to aggro the pigs.
Artillery, ready!
At 2 Slayers, it's enough to kill a lot of pigs. So we don't have to worry about getting into a mess. Savage orcs are really soft to crossbows.
It is a reckoning!
Might not even leave them on fire at will here.
Yes, laddie! Runes of power!
See if we can aggro any of the pigs by deploying a lord further.
Give me vengeance!
Hey, home run. They do have great numbers.
War of vengeance! Kill orcs! We fire on your command! Runes of smiting upon them! Iron breakers! For the colours encore!
Let's see if we can aggro any of the pigs. There's a lot of them.
Going full tilt! Fire! Quickly now! Moving out! Shifting!
It looks like a cold pasta, man.
With haste! Cannon!
Pigs, pigs, pigs on behind. Got aggro on one of them. Should not overkill with artillery, just focus more units here.
Anu! Fire the breakers! Cannon!
three pigs going really far on the other side.
By the heels of Super! For the ancestors!
The center has million DPS, but they could come around.
Raging target! Aye! Move to attack! Right! Aye! Cover! Understood, Lord! Armagunner! Will do! Ashroot! Aye! For the Canazan Corps! Slayers! Aye! It is a reckoning! Thunderous! Faster! Against us! Flame cannon! Come at them! It is a reckoning! Obey me! Shield bearers home! Cannon! Have at them! Killers! Slay the Oathbreakers! What? Yes! Battle! Killers! Coming up! Move now! Nothing can stop us!
Maybe they engage with the pigs. If Slayers are busy. No. They're going coming.
More on their goods!
Doesn't do anything.
Warriors! Have at them! Slayers! Father's blessing on us! Aye, as you command! Flame cannon! Taking aim! Warriors! Slayers! Yes! Hazuk! Attack! Rage fast! Axes out, lads! Move now! Slayer! Now! Armagunner! Anand! Cattle! Slayers! Yes! To battle! Cannon! Let's start shooting! Lord!
Close victory. They nearly overrun us. Oh man, they have Hammery. Can you believe this shit? Starting a minor faction enemy of Cetra has his capital. So sad.
Lord of Clan Morgrim!
Oh, they lost it? Oh man, they lost it, okay. Ooh, okay, so this is Predonians now on the border.
I do.
These guys are done.
Vengeful Rune Lord.
So what do we have first? Artillery, Mogrim's favorite.
Armed and ready.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
Merry Christmas, Malarkey.
What the hell?
My
Well, we are protecting the other side at least.
vengeful Rudlar,
I don't like this. This is intense.
for the wisdom of Valea.
What do we even get here? We need slayers for those demigriffs. Still 2 rockets. Definitely need slayers here.
War.
I can't.
It
Is
time.
this 5 cap? Might be. 'Cause I haven't went over 5 and been on a high severity for a while. Do you want walls and all settlements legendary? Yeah, preferably. Some areas you could maybe not get them, like Pompey, for example. But eventually, armies could spawn even in like some of these areas don't really need walls, but armies can spawn in this area. There's closed areas like the city here, so don't really need it. But there's factions with underway which could bypass another settlement as well. If they want it, they'll go for it.
Never.
Let us begin.
Unachievable.
At least we damaged some rockets here.
For clan honor. Yes.
We have to get those giant slayers here. We're running out of gold.
Not possible.
My axe thirsts for war. A runesmith's duty is never done.
Any money tax? Income from all buildings plus 5%. We do have 2 gold mines. Salt mines, pottery production, dye makers. We don't have a single. I guess we have 1 salt mine, Karakazul. But this is all buildings 5%. I mean, we have 36,000 nearly. Lots of money comes from rebels as well. The second, the army number 4, we won't be able to afford emergencies after that unless we get more stuff. We got Karazakarak and this 3,500 like we didn't get at all. What's up with that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess this is the 5th army, it's too costly.
What is unthinkable?
We decided to ignore tier 5 because the best decision about the new system of dwarf buildings is to ignore tier 5. Unless there is a landmark in the city. For example, in Karzakarak. This is worth tier 5, so growth is good. This settlement also has 50 growth compared to a regular one of... well, this one is special. 15. Is this one extra growth as well because it's special? 15. So only they gave extra here. Huh. Karzakarak and is probably the only settlement that's worth focusing tier 5 dwarves. Honestly, just Karzakarak. What's the engineer situation? 5 engineers. We are not gonna be able to afford the 5th army anytime soon, so... Taints are very important. We have more than enough building slots here actually. Get all the heroes. So how is it looking again? Reichland rank 2 with 40 settlements, Karazakarak 5 with 35. These are our main enemies right now. I don't expect Koron to get too many flying units. The only danger is with flying units.
There are some terrible things afoot.
This is forbidden.
Here we go. Not only need to win here, but we need to win clean. Clean if we wanted to get walls here. This guy has a couple of battle skills. Hard to say which one he picked. Okay, put a prediction for this battle. Luckily, Artane has damaged their rockets here. Rocket is the strongest Empire unit against the dwarves. Steam Tank probably second strongest. Or from the AI. Battle of Valaya's Great Booba. Who did this?
For the ancestors! Let the vengeance begin!
I think I forgot to queue the miners in global recruitment. Should consider 10 ranger barracks so we can global recruit rangers. Probably for the best.
It is a reckoning! We demand blood! Yes, Thane!
I don't like this approach, but what else can we do? If we wait, it can get worse. This is very unhealthy. I'll sacrifice 2 units of miners to guarantee this result. The great swords just bully our infantry really, except the giant slayers.
Quarrelers! They have wronged us! Yes, Lord! Quarrelers! Slayers!
One slayer to guard the artillery, and 2 will each on each side.
For the Karazanko! The ancestors watch! Dwarf warriors!
What we got here is a spearman. These guys could do a little bit more damage against the Demigryphs. Demigryphs actually hit hard on the Slayers. Slayers take heavy damage killing the Demigryphs, considering they're rank 0 here. They do have technology now, might be a little bit better now.
To the ancestor gods! Longbeards! The clans unite! Quarrelers! To the ancestor gods! Grudge thrower! War of vengeance! Slayers! We will have vengeance! Aye! Attack! No! Attack the Urks! For the High King! The clans unite! Slayers! Attack! Kazoo! Righto! It is a reckoning! Kill the Oath Splitters! Anarch! Attack! Longbeards! Ready! Killers! Vengeance! Vengeance! Dowie attack! The clans unite! Quarrelers! For the ancestors! Grimnir, I order thee! Slayers!
They're trying to disengage because it's a high threat unit.
Longbeards! Down! Killers! Slayers! Longbeards! Dwarfs! Ready axes! Moving out! Attack the axe! Grudge thrower! Pull out! Slayers! Score! Longbeards! Drain them! Die! Dwarf warriors! Quarrelers! War of vengeance! Satisfy the grudge! Let the vengeance begin! Ready! Attack the Orcs! Quarrelers! We have scores to settle! Charge! Fight! Move on! Ready to serve! Ready to strike! Slayers! Longbeards! Kill the Oath Splitters! We demand blood! For the Gadders and gore! It is a reckoning! Stop! Down! Yes! Come on! Slay the Oathbreakers! Miners! Shall we attack? Nothing can stop us! Slayers! For the ancestors! We are relentless! Withdraw! Move now! Slayers! Veterans! Quarrelers! Anad! Yes, yes! Avarundim! Will do! Slayers! Down! Kazoo! Malaya, bless our aid! Slay everything without a beard! Are we ready? And vengeance! Let the vengeance begin! Slayers! Bane! Slayers!
Well, the Rangers did a very good job to start. It's like why we get him. There's, you know, something Quarrelers can give you, and that's what you see that from the Rangers. Melting the artillery and the Luminar just like that. Quarrelers cannot do that. No Vanguard. No Stalk. This guy did 66 casualties. Lord nearly got killed by the great swords. Fucking joke those greats against infantry. Miners, I have to remind you guys, they have 2 buffs from this faction. So a little bit more. What? How do they have range from here? I was 1 turn away. They put the engineer in the army. Oh! God damn! You're not allowed to use Iron Engineer's AI? I'm not a miracle worker, but let's go. Let's go see. They don't have a lot of range, but they got 4 Slayers, a bunch of Longbeards. Oh boy.
Muster the throng! Miners! Quarrelers!
How the hell did Grachtor take this much damage in the last battle? Must have been direct hit by something. Steam tank, I guess. I don't know.
Kill the old splitters!
Kinda have to get rid of that Grudge Thrower. Distract those quarrelers as well. And those gunners.
Yes! Yes!
If you only had some handgunners in this battle. Need to aggro some of these slayers into quarters. We can't let the slayers get to us full HP. It's like the first thing to kill.
We demand blood. Let the vengeance begin. Kazoo!
Might not even have enough ammo here.
Longbeards!
Our melee is in a really bad shape.
Warriors! The clans unite!
You got what, 25 ammo on the rangers. 7 AP against high armor units.
Ready to serve! Strike out! Attack the Kazoo! Kazoo! Go! Miners! For the High King! Down! I, as ye command, and charge day! Nothing can stop us! War of vengeance!
Oh yes, the shattered. Oh yeah.
Anu! Nothing could stop us! Move now!
Slayers are catching up.
For the ancestors! March far! Rage fast! Let the vengeance begin! Slayers! Axes out! Will do! For the Karazanko! Very well! Attack the earth! Satisfy the grudge! Let the vengeance begin! Kazoo! Reach far, reach fast! Move!
Holy shit, man, they killed him so fast.
For the High King! Ja! Bring them! Vengeance! Charge! Strike out! We have scores to settle! Kill them! Move now! On the way! Axes out! Pull out! Fight! Attack the Axe! Go! Kill Axe! For the Karazenko! Reach for reach fast! Axes out! Clash! Charge! Longbeards!
Base wanted to get rid of the Slayers.
It is a reckoning! Range firepower ready! Attack the Urge! Yes, me! War of vengeance! Our fire!
We are not that fast to just keep cutting this shit like this.
Understood, Lord! Move! Warriors! Kasukan Kazikiha! Fight! They have wronged us! Attack the Axe! Kazuk! Vengeance! Range far! Range fast! Ah! Down! For the High King! For the ancestors! renegades! Will do! Move to attack! Slayers! It is a reckoning! Bernard! Pump those dwarven legs! Bring them down! For the ancestor gods! Persia! Edge! They have wronged us!
So much armor just for the Slayers, man.
For the Carrots on claw! Move! Strike out! Vengeance! Ready! Charge! Move! Go! Yes! Kill herbs! Go! Strike out! Move! Quarrelers! Yes, Lord! Artillery! Fight! Bow through! Nothing can stop us! Strike out! Nothing can
The range of my drought is too close to the edge.
Move now! Move now! Go! Reach far! Reach fast! Vengeance! Swing the axe! Ah! Ready to strike! Ah! What's your move! We demand blood! Aye! Enough! Move! Plow through! Nothing can stop us! Strike out! Move to attack! Move to attack! Warriors! Pump those dwarven legs!
We have 8 more speed, but they feel like running. They're running faster than us.
Reach far, reach fast! Go! Yes! Pursuit! Kill horse! Yes, they! High! For mountain and hall! We demand blood! Attack the axe! Plow through!
If they didn't get an engineer, we'd have had 1 turn to replenish here.
Killers! Move now! Move now! For the Callous Anchor! Attack the earth! They have wronged us! Nothing could stop us! Fight! Good! Ready! Go! Yes, Thane! Kill the All-Splitters! It is a reckoning! I am the ranking lord! The mountain and home! Pull out! War of vengeance! Attack the earth! Axes out, lads! For the ancestors! Pull out!
Let's try to get those quarrels at least.
Charge! Axes out, lads! Plow through! For the Callous Anchor! Move! Attack the earth! Quarrelers!
We need to get those thunders.
Dwarf, ready axes!
We just didn't have enough bodies here. The Slayers already caused quite a mess for us. Their Slayer kills 2 other Slayers in this setup. Yoo-hoo! Well, as this region is going back to low tier. We're so close to tier 3 here. But they got Karazakarak at least. Their artillery survived. We haven't killed the thunders. Haven't seen those quality armies in a bit, so that's what I spent doing for a few turns. This place is always hardest to fortify when there's all-out war here. It's not worth staying around here. Clear the Karazakarak in the south. The closest thing is gonna be Atal Mountains and whatever they have on the other side, Black Mountains. The Vampire saying this place is good. This guy doesn't even have Assassinate and he wouldn't have lied here.
You cannot ask this of me. I am the White Dwarf.
This was even if we won this one, the Gromda would have taken it.
For clan honor, onward.
Looks like they emptied the Western Badlands.
Got then.
What is this trash here?
Thoric Ironbrow, Master Rune Lord. Let's see what you want.
Yeah, that's +1. The Dawn of Fortune. I don't believe they're close.
Lost glories reclaimed.
No. Huh.
What's your orders?
Unworkable.
Jesus.
Arcane wisdom. Azuk! For vengeance! For Karakazor! Doomgrom!
Another army going around here. I need this one to upgrade further.
Victory!
We'll stay in here. It's another army down.
What's up?
It's another Tain here. Runesmith. We need extra replenishment.
Vengeful rune.
This place will be fine for the next turn. Iceland 240, Karazakarak 46. So I got a bunch more units to their armies recently. I guess this is why they're walking around this.
Futile.
If you're wondering why they have such high experience, it's just Karazakarak. They can actually recruit rank 9 hammers and rank 6 is normal for them. The Karazakarak.
No.
Due to White Dwarf.
In my clan.
That's gonna be a big difference if they remove White Dwarf from the Karazakarak for the AI as well.
The strong is muster will pay. Master of Runecraft. I'm leaving. I'll cast the runes. summoned me. It shall be done. Armed and ready.
I haven't lost any armies. That was an emergency garrison.
I answer to clan and hold. My anger burns bright. It's as good as done. No!
Valea's will binds me to you.
A wise direction.
Jesus.
My anger burns bright. Lord of Clan Margaret.
I don't believe there's anybody here considering the military descent to the other side.
Setting off.
An oath is an oath. Poetry in motion.
I answer to clan and hold. Anad, you are mistaken. Ready? A wise plan. By the king's command. A binding
This is not a lad, it's just some random guy. Base weapon damage. Still stuck in Warhammer 1.
the clan honor.
This is some random guy, right? Yeah. 2 runes with 1 engineer. We don't need another engineer, but runes with sure. Runes with 4, well.
You summoned me?
Okay. Imminent rebellion here. Let's get some industry here now. I'm having growth here at tier 4. Tier capacity.
No. Ren Ricky.
Yep. Still hard to defend the city against army like this.
I think not.
The characters alone are trouble. And for some reason they're not skilling veteran battle skills. That would be a nightmare. These things with additional physical resistance.
Forekanad.
I might lose these 2 settlements.
The throng is mustered.
Push them a little bit more north. But they control these mountains. Need to clear this whole area and let them come from the other side. Mind if they're coming from the west on the north, we just can't have them from 3 sides. Because you have to keep going north. Considering what they lost, they still have 36 settlements. It's kinda crazy. Just tell me I'm not crazy, guys, that this yellow bar is more red than this one. Empire controlling this is actually better than dwarves. But it's better for the dwarf Frenchman than the dwarves actually controlling this. No, that's good. It's fucking terrible for them, but it's good for us. It's just bad code, really. Really.
I have little patience, so this better be...
We can't risk this auto-resolve. Imagine last defenders appear down there. That'll be a nightmare. Prediction up. How many casualties?
Vengeance!
Imagine this bridge being actually the one that leads into the settlement from the other side. I like to see battlefields like this. Like this is like the entrance to the settlement. Oh, this lazy copy pasta. One set of siege towers.
Iron breakers! Thunderers!
I didn't expect the left tower to get close.
Iron breakers! They have wronged us! Thunderers! For the ancestors! Thunderers! The clans unite!
So much shooters here. So many shooters.
For the High King!
Organ gun here, huh? Organ gun.
Taking aim! Wanderers!
All the guns on the wall.
Let the vengeance begin! Slayers!
Slayers can look pretty in the center, we don't really need them.
By the gears of Zutbar! Iron Drakes! Ah! War of vengeance!
There's another Ironbreaker here, 2 rounds ahead. Probably not even gonna fire that organ gun.
Let the vengeance begin! They have wronged us!
Let's see what happens with the rest of the units.
Walls to me! missiles! Thunderous! Yes, Lord! I will guard it! They have wronged us! Thunderous! We stay put! Our fire undimmed! We'll guard it! For the ancestors! Show us the target, Lord! Ready to strike! Stop!
king! We stay put! Targets, Lord! We'll guard it! Organ Corner! Iron Breakers! Attack! Right on!
Damn, they only had us. If I fired like 3 more shots, would have been a big victory. They haven't even used that much ammo on our army. Just a bad roll here. It's good money. It's piling up from the rebels.
Dantes.
Do you lose the unit when the siege tower is destroyed? A unit in the tower falls and it rolls damage randomly. Is it possible that the whole unit gets destroyed?
Thoric Ironbrow.
Karazakara Kring 337, Reichland 540, huh?
Do you take me for a wazzock?
No.
Master of Runecraft. Onward.
Number 4 is almost ready to make a move.
The clan honor. Fulfill my stringy oath. I answer to clan and hold.
This action does not have my consent.
Tis time. What orders? Got then.
It's kinda hard to say what we can expect around. There keep recruiting armies here.
Tried and tested.
There's an Empire army. Yeah.
Always our best. Rune law.
I think this will be fine. These guys are the only one have it in range, I think.
Nay. One rag.
Can have that risk though.
Using guild routes. Target these oath splitters.
It's still a good garrison, half strength, but they besiege it for lose replenishment. We need to clear the Emperor at least from this area here. Take them 4 turns to cross this.
What orders? Unbending. Largo clan Morgan.
Ekron is tier 5, we can allow that.
Runelord.
Get the mines and then Ekron. Recruiting more armies here.
is done. But
We did a little bit mix here. Something is off here. Rune of Battle now. Rune of Battle is off. Storla's Rune. Guys are 42 speed. Let's find this. Probably actually move on to Storla's Runes. I have Banner of Swiftness better than Storla's Rune on that unit. We can install something else. All battle skills are here. We're getting Strike the Runes. Just perfect, really. Perfect.
Master of runecraft. An oath is an oath. An uncertain path.
I get a Necrosphinx. The Lord is on foot, nothing really to worry about. Tombguard and Tombguard halberds. Bitch in the walls. Why everybody wants this nuts?
can I help you?
I need this army north. This shit is getting overrun here.
I'm going. The throng is mustered. The throng is mustered. The orcs will pay.
The doors are piled again. Be bad if Londinium drops to lower tier.
Nigh.
This is almost impossible, really. Can afford emergency army. Heimdall is available.
Futile. Let us begin.
Slayer belt is better here. Anything to give him some kind of edge. Give him the banner of the lost holds.
My axe thirsts for war.
Shame the Scholar Guard is on cooldown.
Not possible.
This is really tough. If we get too much, they'll send two armies.
Let Let us begin. For the wisdom of Valea. I think not.
Can damage 5 units to very low health, then the guns can kill them easier.
Aye.
Operation Skyhammer. Drop the bombs, cripple the hammers.
This is me. Arcane winds under control. Got men. Armed and ready. My anger burns bright.
Room bearer.
Agreed. I'll cast the rune.
Room bearer.
The rune's duty is never done. Master of runecraft.
We got 35 settlements. That make us the third largest faction in the world. I lost Karzakarak, so it might mean something.
I answer to clan and hold.
This guy, Durkit guy, goes for Rome 2. We're gonna have to go attack it instead of getting Mouse King Horn. But the Rome 2 needs at least 2 turns replenishment. The closer we get to the Empire, the more armies we'll have to deal with from the Empire, and sooner. If we can really strike at them, so it's gonna be a constant spam of armies. Okay, we got a siege here. Get Tombstone, but it's bugged. Troops are good rank. They don't have the battle skills, so shit armor. We got a prediction here. How many casualties for the garrison? 650 or less. Or more. I got a screenshot for you, AP, regarding that. Warhammer. The picture is titled, so when is the patch? I've had to deal with some crazy wood elves for a couple of months. I was like, zoom in. So that's how a Tomb King's ram looks like. No guns, but we gotta in the rangers.
Our fire undimmed.
I'm gonna get a good line of fire on the Necro Swings. Nothing really to worry about, it's just a Necro Swing, so Water Swings would have been way worse. Our miners and longbits are stronger, we are still missing Quarreler and Grusher buff. This is the Greenskin settlement, says Greenskin Arrow Towers. Arrow Towers, Greenskin Dwarves, same shit. We can't guard all sides of the wall. These are Toomguard halberds. High defense. Our best attacker is along with great weapons here. Also, two Nehkara warriors. The Longbeards can handle that. I'll put this slightly experienced one here. What are we gonna do with the cannon, this bell? It looks like I can fire over the wall here. Let's try something here.
For the ancestors! Grudge thrower! The ancestors watch!
So this guy here, should be enough here. The swordsman behind him.
For the Karazhan Corps! Go! Quarrelers!
Two siege towers here, both Nehkara warriors. Miners can destroy their armor. Was Vlad part of the main fake counts at the beginning? Yeah, for a bit. Until they added Isabella, yeah.
It is a reckoning!
Seems like a bit overkill here.
Let the vengeance begin! Vengeance! Kazoo!
These Longwoods and mines are extra effective due to artifact.
Raging target!
Could easily hit our own Quarreler here. That'll be bad. Let's see if we can destroy the left tower here. Shot the left one. I think the cannonballs do only 1% damage in this shit.
Yes, Lord! The dowie are ready! Cannon!
This is gonna be close on that one. The left one looks like melting.
The runes glow! Fight!
Can they shoot over this? Holy shit, it's just above the squirrelers.
Off we go! For Grimnir! Quarrelers! For the ancestors! I speak my lord's will!
Necrosphinx is clawing in.
Cannon! Get moving! We'll get it! Quarrelers! We stay put! We'll guard it! For the Karas Anchor! We stay put! Move now! For the Karas Anchor! Karas Killers!
You should abandon the ground. As the Necrosphinx walking around.
Gadok! Plow through! The clans unite! Quarrelers! Yes, we'll guard it! Ticketing! And... Pain! Valia bless our aid! Longbeards! Yes, yes! Miners!
Necrosphinx is in.
Cannon! Going! Attack! Very well! We demand blood!
Shh, better aim well, guys.
Grudge! Ready to strike! Cannon!
Fucking hell, there's no help!
Take an aim! Cannon!
Great, now I have a cannonball in my room. Another one! And another one! And another one!
Ready to serve! Attack here! Find your targets! Anu!
This thing is still not down, come on! Do you crumble?
For the ancestor gods! We stay put! We fire on your command!
You're actually getting killed here.
War on it! Nothing can stop us! Cannon! For Grimnir! Miners! Axes out, lads! Nothing can stop us! The clans unite! Miners! Cannon! Beards ready! We stay put! Charge! Select target! Ready! Quarrelers! Strike out! Move off! Cannon! Quarrelers! Pass through! Targets Lord! Cannon! Do not shame your ancestors! It is a reckoning! Quarrelers! Down! Down! Yes! Right! Range firepower! Ready! Attack the air! Quarrelers! Go! Taxis out! Range far! Range fast! It is a reckoning! Quarrelers! Bring them down! Quarrelers! For the ancestor gods! Valea, bless our aim! Go! Fight! Yes! Charge!
So this is actually getting overrun here.
Quarrelers! Understood, Lord! Move now! Move! Ready to strike! Off we go!
Invisible wall.
Moving out! War of vengeance! Cannon! Now, Urge, feel our wrath! Quarrelers! Have at them! And that! Watch your vengeance! Begin! Quarrelers!
They're just not taking any crumbling damage.
Vengeance! Aye! Will do. Runners! Quarrelers! Cannon! Withdraw! Quarrelers! Cattle! Longbeards! Right far, right fast! Let the vengeance begin!
Yeah, armor losses. The lord getting to the center was a little bit annoying. Totally ignored the infantry unit.
Attack!
It's 488, still under 650. I think we'd have taken way more damage if I didn't shoot with cannon. try to get rid of that mortar. That's a good deploy.
Dwarf warriors!
That's a good deploy.
For the ancestors! We'll guard it!
Mortar survived with 3 guys. Is this because we concede? Aren't they dead with 3? That's strange. Oh boy. Oh boy, just what we needed. I swear I saw them get killed with 3 out of 48.
Tonight, I shall stand in the iron halls of my fathers.
Off we go to fill my chapters with terrors of untold lands.
But yeah, it's over 5%. Okay, boys, we're going to save here and continue next time. Stream should start the normal hour tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching and see you next time.